Hello and good morning to all of you wonderful villagers, adventurers, and travelers out there. My name is Cherny, and it is wonderful to bring you back here into Mountain Shade Village. How is everybody doing today? It is Friday. I am almost never here on a Friday, but here we are doing the stuff, and it is a fantastic time. So I hope you were all having a good time so far. Oh my goodness. I want to go home. You just got here. Come on now. But it is Friday. We've got some co-working to do this morning. We've got some relaxing that we can do, and we've got some productivity that we can do. I'm actually really excited. Thanks to Vex Batch and the Solidarity Sprints last night, I actually got a ton of organizational work done on the World Anvil, which thank you again to World Anvil for the continued support here in Mountain Shade Village, making it possible for me to make ends meet a little bit more. And speaking of which, thank you to everybody who's been contributing to the monthly goals so far. This is the farthest we have gotten on a monthly goal in a month that wasn't for a special event, like since its inception. So I am blown away. Thank you guys so much. I have bad news though. We missed yesterday. We missed yesterday's sour face. So that does mean we do still have one more challenge that can be earned for the month, which is if we fill the coffee bar at any point during this month, you guys will get to see me down a shot of lemon juice live on stream at the end of the month. So that's a thing that can happen. It'll either be the end of May or the beginning of June. It depends how the dates fall and everything. But that's still available. So it's an option. And you can still get a sour face for the rest of the month as well. But when I set out the rules, I said we weren't going to do any more courtesy rollovers. So unless there is strong, compelling evidence that we should go back and pick up these missing days, you miss out on the fireball this month. But I am still deeply, deeply grateful for all of the contributions that you guys have provided. Truly, this is huge for me. The fact that we are at 23% of this month's goal, that gets me a quarter of the way to covering my rent, is huge. Life is not easy for an entertainer these days. And the fact that you guys are so dedicated to want to make sure that I am capable of staying here and continuing to curate this community and provide this space for you guys is huge. So thank you guys very much. I certainly don't want to seem ungrateful because I am deeply, deeply grateful for all of the contributions that you guys provide. But I also want to be forthcoming and let you know what's going on with all of this stuff. So yes, no fireball jawbreaker for this month, but if we fill the coffee bar at any point during this month, it doesn't have to be consecutive
a gem of a gift from Kay.
days. You will get the bonus lemon juice at the end of the month. Just no fireball. Because the fireball is consistent small actions. That is what that reward is for. It is for consistent small actions. Kay! Is that Cade? Is that Cade or Nob Nob? It could be either, really. It could be either. It is Cade. Cade! Thank you very much. We do get a sour face for today. Thank you very much. I like that it just says sour. The messages that you guys leave me on coffee for the donos crack me up. Sour. It was like me last night. I got stuck. I don't know why, but my brain decided that all of the writing sprints had become sprants. And so it just became a thing that I continually got stuck on. It was just sprant. Yes, sprant. It was very silly. Sprint time. It was very, very silly. All right, let me scroll up. We'll see who's here. Give me a drum roll in the chat. Drum rolls in the chat. I gotta do the big scroll. We haven't done a proper big scroll in so long. All right. We are here. We are doing the things. Something is weird with my keyboard. I think I'm at the point where I have to take it entirely apart and put it back together again. I'm very sad. I am reminded of this looking at all of my guesses.
They will get to your comment shortly. Please hold.
I was not behind on chat. I was scrolling up. Gosh darn it. But we got Knob here. We have Big Grove Walker here. Hello. Welcome into both of you. We did 14 points on Gartic this morning. 14 points. Amazing. Congratulations to Knob getting first to light the speaker's fire. Amazing. We love to see it. If you haven't grabbed a torch on your way in, don't forget to do that now. The Tipsy Tiger is here. Y'all should go check it out. Hell Whalers has been an amazing series to watch. Y'all should go see it. Go see it. It's so good. Do. And there is Cade sprinting in, getting the torch for the day. Hello, good morning. Big Grove Walker, TGIF. Yes, I'm very glad that today is Friday. Very, very glad. Missed the beacon by 2 minutes. Foiled. You were foiled by the quick and nimble Knob for today. Catchy Cantrips. Hi, Ash. It's good to see you. That is another lovely person who does all kinds of awesome content. If y'all don't already, follow the amazing and wonderful Catchy Cantrips, the wonderful duo that does tons of homebrew art and live TTRPG games. Go say hi. Literally didn't realize it was Friday. I'm all caught up, y'all. Good. A+. Stream is good. You'd like to watch it from home. I mean, fair. Fair. All right. We have a solo sour from Cade today. I normally sign in for the someone joke. Yes, because TTS is doing its best to protect the streamer. Because it's very silly. Much sprant. It was so funny. It was a good Gartic. It's true. I noticed that. Big Grove Walker missed their chance at first and stoked the beacon instead. It's true. Sprant. It was very silly. Cade sprant in? Yes. Cade was spranting into the chat this morning. Exactly. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect. We love it. So good. Oh my god. The little Tato with the fire gets me every time. Thank you so much. Oh no, Cade. Last time I spranted in public, I got in trouble. It's true. A person has to do what they have to do. It's true. Okay. Schedule for the rest of this weekend. Schedule for next week. Organizational stuff. Work sprints. We got this. But first, it is time for you to drop your emotes into the chat because it is Watermelon Day today. We are back with the pink warhead, which is watermelon flavored. And the only way I survive is if you put emotes in the chat. It's required. I don't make the rules. I just live by them. All right, everybody, get your favorite emotes in chat, and we are going to do this sour face. Thank you again, Cade, for filling the coffee bar for today and getting us that much closer to our next big goal. I did it! We survived! Mostly. Woo! Oh, man. I never know, but those watermelon ones can get so intense. So intense. Oh, my gosh. What we got there? We did it. We survived. It sets off my sinuses, though. Oh. 10 out of 10. Sour face. Hopefully that was worth it. I hope you all enjoyed. Hello, Vex. Welcome in. Hello, Chaotic Nerd Boy. Good to see you both. And anybody else coming in, don't forget to grab your torches for the day so that you can have those in your stash and have yet another thing to hoard as an indication of your dedication to this community. I hope you enjoy them. All right, before we jump in, let's head over here yet again. This is this week. I finally got through the last of my shifts this week for second job. I did have to pick up a couple more coming up in a couple of weeks, so those will be on an upcoming schedule. But today we've got some co-working for the morning to get started and some more world building. The world building is like coming together on the World Anvil. I'm actually really proud of the work that I got done last night because I have been struggling with the balance of building a live active world that is growing every day and keeping it organized so that I can actually reference all the things that are happening. It's been wild, but I was actually able to sit down yesterday during our solidarity sprints and get some organization done. So a bunch of updates on that, hopefully today as well. If you're interested in any of that kind of stuff, it is all happening over in Duskfen right now, where I host the MMO/West Marches inspired game, where we have open tables that the players organize and an open sandbox map that they can explore and poke into at their curiosity's demands. There's stuff everywhere to explore, and it is up to the players to figure out what is next. So if you want to check that out, you can check it out there. I also have stuff recorded on the World Anvil, and there is more going live every day. And you can check that out either with the link down in the About section, or you can check it out right here. There you go. And check it out there. But that's this week. But we are very close to next week because it's Friday today instead of Thursday. So next week is starting to look a little bit like this. As you can see, this is a preliminary because I put an empty event on the calendar. Good job, Cherny. Fantastic work here first thing this morning. But quiet reading for next week has moved from Tuesday to Monday, so keep an eye out for that if you are usually attending our quiet reading events. I've got Tuesday through Thursday streams next week. That is probably going to be pretty stationary. We've got Jackbox Wednesday night, and we have 2 Duskfen quests, which is our table games that happen on Friday and Saturday of next week. And then we've got Sword Art Online in the morning and Cartoon Block in the afternoon. So, yes, that's true. We have Date Night with Apollo on Thursday. See, I said this was preliminary, and I was correct. So, my first task of the day is going to be fix next week's schedule because I am a silly bean. But there we go. So hopefully we'll get to see you guys there either Saturday of this week or anytime next week because we got tons of stuff going on. But that's what the schedule is looking like coming up now. I have so many things rattling around in my head that I don't know that I have anything cohesive to talk about this morning. Because sometimes we do have like some specific topical chats that we go on about here and there. But I don't know that I have anything like that today. I don't know about you guys. If there's been anything happening this week that's really kind of taken your attention or anything like that, something will come up with eventually. Absolutely, it always does. It always does. But what do we want to do for our background today? Are we feeling Spirit City? Are we feeling a fantasy setting? Hello, noob. Welcome in. What are we feeling today? We could do alchemy. I couldn't decide. We do Spirit City most of the time. Yep, I do the clicky button. I do the clicky button for you. Spirit City to show off the Cappy Bun. The Cappy Bun is pretty cute. It's true. I was talking about the Cappy Bun last night. Which is one of the new DLC companions that you can get in Spirit City. Very cute. I do think it's really funny because there's like a chocolate donut one that has the like purple frosting on it. Still has the pat of butter on its head, but the rest of it looks like a chocolate donut with purple frosting. And every time with the tone of brown that they used, it just makes me think of pumpernickel bread. And I think I had like a fixation on pumpernickel bread as a kid, which is a dark rye bread. It's so tasty. I still love it. But when I was a kid and in college, it was like the only bread that I wanted ever. I would ask if they had pumpernickel or rye bread when I was in a restaurant, and we were like getting breakfast, and they were like, "Okay, and what kind of toast do you want?" And I'd be like, "Rye bread." And they would look at my parents as if I was too young to understand what rye bread was, which I found hilarious. I was like, "Why? Why?" I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about. Don't look at my parents. I know what's happening. I want rye bread. You know, this 7-year-old child going, "No, rye bread." How do you even know what rye bread is? How do you know? Listen, it's good, all right? It is tasty. And it's like the first bread with flavor that I got that wasn't just cinnamon sugar bread, right? And it makes the difference, I think. The more you know. Yeah. Little lore drop for Cherny here for you. Cause like they would often not have cinnamon raisin bread. Because cinnamon raisin bread was delicious. Don't get me wrong. I loved cinnamon raisin bread. But rye was much more likely to be able to actually have at a restaurant when I would go to restaurants. The days that I used to go to restaurants. Back in the day. Long ago and far away. An actual sourdough, also delicious. I love sourdough bread as well. Fantastic. I would like to make sourdough bread. I am worried that because of all of the other things that I am doing right now, I will just end up wasting the sourdough starter. And the fear of wasting it keeps me from starting. Because I don't want to ruin those resources. Because that would make me very sad. But, my friends, it is time for us to hop in and get some co-working done. So... Oh, I forgot to open. Open says me. Let's see here. We're gonna hang out in the Papasan chair. You can't see our buddy, though. Get this tasks list out of the way so that you can see our buddy hanging out. Actually, he's gonna move. He's gonna move if I change activities, isn't he? Yeah. So there we go. That works. Nice. Very good. But look at him. Isn't he cute? He's such a cutie with his sleepy face. It's sleepy face. I love him. I do wish that you could, like, turn them. Because you can rotate them when they're in the wardrobe scene. When you're, like, picking them out. But otherwise, they just sit here. In one direction. It's like, it'd be cuter if I could, like, turn you a little bit. But no, I don't get that option. This is fine. Vex, I have the context that that's a title, but I read it as a simile. The task that you just put in. And that's hilarious to me. But y'all, I'm so proud of this. It's a thing now. It's a real thing. With real stuff. It's coming together, y'all. Okay, for real. For real. Fortail College. Timer. 25 minutes. 5-minute break. Auto timer. I should probably change the category while we're doing the co-working stuff. Even more than last night, yes. Even more so than last night. My brain was so silly last night. All right, y'all. Ugh. So much to dive into. I'm not ready. I'm not ready, but we're gonna do it anyway. Also, I have to fix the other thing first. So, good luck, everybody. I'm gonna mute so that I can focus in, and I will chat with you soon. All right, how'd we do? I'm not keen on this one as a start, but it's better than nothing. It's at least something to start with. And I'm pretty happy with that. All right, did you do the thing? Okay, save. Okay. Is this the one? Okay, this one's the header. And I do need the header updated. Do I have the Duskfen Chronicles header? I should. Okay. Ugh. So many things to get done. Never ends. Never ends. We'll get there eventually, though. So we will upload a new one here. That's a very aggressive sneeze. Oh wait, do I have it uploaded already? Cannot tell. Iterative work is great but annoying at the same time. How so? In what context? Vex says I got halfway done, then got distracted with a work thing. Rude. How dare work interrupt you from the other things that you're doing? I'm offended on your behalf.
Just this voice from beyond. Self-care for streamer.
Fine, I will self-care. Hey, Sarah. How we doing? Ugh. Speaking of Duskfen. Thank you for being offended on my behalf. Of course. Absolutely. It's a must. All right, 45 seconds. Hanging in there, good. It's Friday. It's Friday. You have anything good planned this evening? Or maybe this weekend? I got plans this weekend. I'm excited about it. It's gonna be good. I think this evening I have a lot of boring stuff that I have to do. But it's gonna be good to have it done, you know? Noob says, yay, everything works! Time to save and refactor a little after refactoring. Oh no, everything is broken! Oh well! Oh no. Rip. Noob, I feel that though. I know our work block just started. I was working on a Google Sheets notebook the other day, and I had to go back 5 or 6 document versions in order to be able to fix a very small error that I made that completely deleted the entire workbook. And I'm talking like 24 plus tabs on a single workbook got entirely deleted and replaced. Thank goodness for version history, because I would have been so upset. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So I feel you with the returns to old save. Everything is still broken. Rip. Hopefully you can figure that out though. Ooh, watching a Bollywood film with some friends. Om Shanti Om is the title of the film. I haven't, oh gosh, I don't remember the last time I watched a Bollywood film. Feels like ages ago. Catch up on the TV shows while packing for Mother's Day. Nice. Sarah has a game with their character Melody with Tipsy Tiger. Nice. You have a name? Amazing. I'm excited. I look forward to it. The thing that's been shocking me, says Noob, is that version control took so long to hit non-programming areas. It really did. It took a long time. And that's kind of surprising to me. But, you know. What can you do? One of these days I'm going to learn how to program, I swear. Just because I'm annoyed by how things work. Ooh, nice. That's awesome, Vex. You'll have to tell us how this one is. All right, for real. 22 minutes left on this work block. I gotta mute and focus because I have so much to do. I will chat with you all soon. Good luck on your work block. That 25 minutes went way too fast. Good grief. But it also reminds me speaking of getting things and enjoying video games, because in the chat we were talking about the Don't Starve Together games and their DLC and stuff like that. Because there's a bunch of DLC that's out right now, which is super cool. But some of it is cosmetic, some of it is like added on modules that have special gameplay and gameplay themes and stuff like that, which is cool. But like, I haven't gotten through the base game of Don't Starve Together, so I don't feel like I need to get the DLC. Like, I don't feel compelled to get the DLC because I'm still spending so much time just running through the base game that, like, trying to go play an add-on module would just be too much for me. It's like, if I haven't even gotten through the base mechanics of the game, I feel like going and like taking on Land of the Giants is not going to be a good time for me. Because like, I haven't even gotten through mid-game play successfully yet, so I do like it though. They produce awesome stuff. The game that I am still drooling over for no good reason is the Obsidian Remastered, which Obsidian Remastered is on sale on CD keys, and if you feel like helping to support me, you can buy it with my little affiliate link, and I will get a little bit of a rebate, basically, if you decide to get it through my recommendation. And like, it's not much off. It's like 12% off for the regular edition, and 9% off for the remastered deluxe edition. But it's still a little off the top. It's like $5-6. So but I kept getting recommended Oblivion to play because it has such a good story to it. Nice. But yeah, I've started looking. Thank you to Leaked Prism, actually, who got me to look at CD keys more often. Because CD keys often has deals going that are not the same level as Steam, and sometimes they're quite good. Sometimes they are very good deals. and I like them a lot. Ugh. My shoulder is trying to... That was very funny. I wish to do a rask. A rask? Yes. That's how that works, right? A rask. Break over! Only work. So productive. All right, everybody. It is time. Hoping this is the last work block you need. I hope so too. I hope so too. Good luck, everybody. I will chat with you in 25 minutes.
Just this voice from beyond. Self-care for streamer.
right as I was about to start the next thing. Ah! Okay. Also, I feel like I've not been checking things off particularly well today because so much of the stuff that I'm doing has like 35 steps. And I'm putting like the project up on the task list instead of the individual steps. Getting me a little down today, honestly, because I'm not crossing things off as much as I would like to. But we're getting there eventually, a little bit. All right, so is it the setting overview that I need? No, it has a little bit of location description to it though. I could have sworn. Nob, that's a good point. No time is wasted in typing and crossing off the steps 1 through 35, just flowing for 25 minutes on it. That's true. But the other side of that is that I like being able to cross stuff off because it feels more like I have momentum. And I like being able to see my progress. One of the things that I like about being a physical crafter is that at the end of it, I have a physical thing that shows that I worked on stuff. And when I'm doing writing or I'm doing, you know, all of this digital work that has to be done in the background and things like that, it's a lot harder to have something to show for it at the end of a work session. Because it's not like I'm writing it all longhand where I can go back and flip through the pages and be like, look at all the stuff that I got done. It's a much different experience. And I realize sometimes that it's an arbitrary thing, but it's still good to, like, have that thing, you know? True. I could organize it into, like organize this landmark into the landmarks list and then move on from there, right? Did I not? I thought I gave it the... Oh, there we go. Oh, jeez. Why is it... World Anvil, why is it that if I link to a region map, it loads in fully zoomed in? Why? And not even on anything of interest. Just whatever the dead center of the map is. That's so helpful. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Nob. You're on the same wavelength. I know what you're saying. But we're coming up to the end of our break here, and I need to get an actual stretch break and hopefully some lunch. I don't know if I have, like, actual leftovers for lunch in the fridge or if I'm going to come back with a bowl of popcorn, but I got to eat something because the headache is here. So, as always... Thank you again to World Anvil for helping to support the stream. If you want to check out World Anvil for yourself, you can check out the link over there in the chat. All of my world that I have been working on during these work blocks is built in World Anvil, and you can check that out as well if you so choose. And we're going to play some words on stream over the break. If you don't have a potion next to your name, there will be ads playing over the break, but you can open up the mirror link in a separate tab and continue to play along with us if you so choose. In the meantime, enjoy the break. and I will be back in about 10 minutes for some more co-working and world building. Good luck. What feral shenanigans are happening in my chat right now? I come back, I'm looking at the chat as we go here, and I see Lexapro in the words on stream. Cade raided my medicine cabinet again, yes. Clearly. Just worms. Nothing else. Just worms. Hi, Arden. Hello, TK. And everybody else who came in over that stretch break. I hope y'all are having a good day out there. My goodness. A leaked prism is here. Hello. Just let me skip through like the Fae I am and let me be on my way. Listen, if you are a Fae, does that mean I can get a Warlock Pact? Just saying. But, I don't know, does it? You would be the patron, not me. I don't know what's going on. But I do know that you can help support the channel if you decide to go over and get yourself a membership over on World Anvil. Memberships start at $7, or you can go as low as $4.50 if you decide that you're gonna get a giant 1-year membership. It's up to you. There's also a free membership that you can check out if you want to see what it looks like. But if you purchase a membership that gets you all kinds of other goodies, then it helps support me, and it helps make it possible for me to get support from other sponsors in the future and actually be able to pay my bills. So thank you for everybody who's already clicked the link, had a look at it. Take your time to decide. We've got some time to do the sponsorship, but I appreciate it all the same. Let's get some more work done, shall we? It's about time. I came back. There was not much in the way of leftovers in my fridge, alas. And I did find a little bit of leftover pasta. Yay, leftover pasta. But I was like, this leftover pasta is not going to be sufficient for a meal, so I will also make said popcorn that I would have made for a snack. There was not much popcorn left in the open popcorn container, and I burnt it. I'm still going to eat what was salvageable, but on a scale of 1 to 10 of good lunches, this lunch could have gone better. I would like a refund, please, on my lunch experience. It will improve. Everything will improve. Yeah, the leftover pasta is tasty. This leftover pasta is pasta that I made with like a carrot sauce instead of a tomato sauce. So I simmered carrots and onions, put some seasoning in there, added some fat and some vinegar, and just simmered it until it was soft and flavorful, and turned out great. It was phenomenal. Oh, and I had fried up some kind of protein. I had seared some protein in the same pot, so I got all of the fond into the thing as well. So, tasty. It was good. I would add butternut squash if I had it, or some kind of squash. A butternut squash, pumpkin, something. Would have fit well. But I didn't have that in the house, so I used what I had. 25 minutes on the clock, everybody. Let's see what we can get done. Shall we? Good luck.
We apologize for the lunch inconvenience. Please accept this second lunch as an apology. From Lunch Management.
From Lunch Management. Sarah, thank you so much. I absolutely love the fried rice from that place. Thank you very, very much for getting me some treat stream to make up from the frustrating lunch today. You did not have to do that. I greatly appreciate it. That will be wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing some bright spots to my day. Oh, my heart. My whole heart. Thank you for being nice to me. How dare you?
Just this voice from beyond. Self-care for streamer.
Hi, Mander! Mander asks, how is everyone? I burned my popcorn, but Sarah got me replacement lunch. So, I'm very happy about replacement lunch. Very happy for that. I just realized that I screwed up. Like, big time. Because I forgot the amount of space that this map covers. So, all right, here. Let's have a look at it this way. Yeah, nerd boy. Like, you have no idea. So, this map up in the corner, the one that's like right here, that is a continent. And that continent is supposed to be, you know, roughly the width of North America. It's supposed to be a little bit wider than that, but roughly the width of North America. Right? So that's the vibes there. Is that that's roughly the width of North America. This map right here is this section in the middle where the blue, pink, and tan countries come together. It's a square right out of that section. You know how much that covers? Do you know? It covers North Dakota, South Dakota, part of Nebraska, most of Wyoming, and most of Montana. That's a huge amount of space. That means that all of the travel time that I have been giving you guys has been so wrong. You did say Montana. It's true. Yeah. Walk across it without magic. Exactly. I think your continent is a super continent. No, that's like the size of North America. D&D law of travel. But having the travel distances be sensible is important. It's part of the region. You know? Yes, you can fast forward it, but having a sense of how long it takes, how much resources it takes up, you know, how close things are. That matters. Yeah, and 2 days doesn't always mean X miles, for sure. Leaked Prism. It's a supercontinent that listens to Edna Mode. No capes. Yeah, but the point being is that travel should be longer, not shorter. And so be like, oh yeah, it just takes you a couple of days to ride a horse to get to the next country over. Two days travel is 64 miles on horseback. Is that 48 hours travel, or is that 24 hours travel? You know, fun fact, when I was growing up, I actually used to live next to some Amish colonies. And 8 hours a day travel? Okay. That's good. That's a good amount of time. That also means that I have to provide, you know, horses for people to use. But yeah, I had a sinking feeling that I had screwed up the the area, and I was not thinking of the right spacing in my head. I will say though that the Baneslisle Sea is like 1.5 times the size of Lake Huron. It's like Lake Huron, but if you filled it in. Yeah, or other mount of choice. Yeah. Okay, so if I square this up, where else can we put this? Yeah, so like that area would cover almost the entirety of the Deep South. Huge. Huge area. It is not quite as tall north to south as California. But it's like the northern border of California to like Bakersfield. From north to south. Ooh, nice. That's awesome, Prism. Smart. I love that. Pathfinder has lots of handy tables. It's sunny, says Mander. Good reminder that I am going to need to get some SPF for my lunch breaks. Yes. Very important. Sunscreen is important, for sure. Our work plague started! Heck! Anyway, I was over here having an existential crisis about my distance measurements. Rip. I'm gonna see if I can find a transparent... Sprant! Sprant journey! Transparent North America map. Will that do what I want it to do? Sure. Because I'm trying to fix my mistake. Yes, the error of my ways. So, what I discovered...
To the pungeon with you.
What I discovered was I was entirely messing up the dimensions of the continent of Egregar. So, like, the travel time and everything was all screwy. And so now I'm trying to make a visual representation using the North American continent as a example. So that travel times make sense.
To the pungeon with you.
That's a double reference there, too. The error of my ways gave me a left turn at Albuquerque. It's a good reference. Now I need to figure out actual, like, measurements for things. Yes, the stronghold absolutely needs a stable. Because here, I'll show you guys what this looks like. You go over here. And then we'll go... articles. Images. Have a good one, Mander. Okay. I need to save this. Then we're gonna upload it. Yes, Mander, please. Please resist the urge. Okay, so here you go. This is a size reference image of
To the pungeon with you.
what the map looks like in reference to what I imagined the size of this continent would be. So in comparison to the continental US and North America, this is the landmass. And the white outline is the continental US and Canada and a little bit of Mexico. And then this is the Duskfen region map overlaid on the Pelenerth, or Continent of Egregor map. So you can kind of see where all of that sits. And you can see that it's over the nexus of these areas. I'm gonna drop this over in Duskfen. But yeah, I feel very silly right now. Because that's kind of an important difference. The last hour seems to have gone very slowly. I mean, it seems to continue passing for me. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Correct. It was the food. I will be right back. you. So, true to form, the cup spilled in the bag, but true to form, they had it in a plastic baggie, so it didn't go everywhere. And I still have my delicious Thai tea, which is fantastic. They use very cheap to-go cups, and they package them inside a plastic bag that's tied closed, and then inside another brown paper bag. And then that goes into a separate bag with a separate brown paper bag that has my food in it. And so if you're carrying it by the plastic bag that's on the outside, that's like a grocery style bag, the bag falls over. So the cup falls over. Because there's no, like, cardboard carrier inside. It's just a to-go cup in a plastic grocery bag. It's very silly. Very silly. But I have fried rice. But, like, look at this. This is their lunch portion. It's freaking huge. Right? It's a local place. It's pretty good. I like their stuff. At least he brought it inside today, too. Sometimes they'll just leave it on my stoop, and I'm like, bruh. Because they think it's a house, but it's an apartment building. Typing at the window. We can do typing at the window. Did I just lose internet? Okay, good. My Discord just gave out on me, so I didn't know. I didn't know if it was Discord or if it was internet entirely. The Cappy Bun looks so judgmental. Like, even when I give it pets, it's just like, I do not care, human. It is just his face. Resting judgy face, yeah. Capoeira capybara? This capybara might go into capoeira, it's true. Very true. Your professor says you need to update your work that you already turned in. That's rude. Why? Did they give you a why? It's supposed to be break time now. I just got my stretch. You guys want some words? You want some words on stream? While I eat my lunch? We could do some words. Let's see. I haven't had it set up for this for a while. Here we go. Oh, it's still transparent. Hang on. There we go. So y'all can do some words. Oh no, you started at level 15. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, K is real. Probably, maybe no I or no R. No I. Horrible. That gets to the point where you need to know the game. Right? You need to know what words
Brain.
the game uses. Brain. Grief. All right, we can get another card in here before our break is done. Ooh, niche. Nice spot. Hey, Sarah. How dare you? Hey. Did you know you're a nerd? You're in good company. Welcome back, noob. How was your adventures? I'm honestly surprised that took as long as it did. Oh, good. Somebody got C name. One of my favorites.
Yay!
Backbone of an animal or a cut of meat or fish, including the at least part of the backbone. Yet again, with the unknown words being fish. Or fish related. All right, I'm gonna do some more focus time. We are gonna do some like chatty world building here in a little bit, but I just got second lunch, so I figure you guys don't want too much of that over the microphone. So, we have 23 minutes on the clock. Tons of stuff to be done. Good luck, everyone. I will chat with you all soon.
to the pungeon with you.
That's a deep cut, Vampy. That pun was a deep cut. Vampy says, the dog emoji can be used to indicate agreement because icon her. Are you like this? Also, in further calculations, it would take roughly 11 days on horseback to get across the sandbox of the Duskfen region or the Baneslisle valleys. "11 days. That's so much farther than I thought it was. I feel very silly. No, you said 64 miles a day, right? It's like roughly 700 miles across. Oh, in 2 days. Okay. So twice that many. It's 22 days across. Even better. Even more miscalculation. The point being that, like, there's a lot of accommodations and stuff. Like, it's not just a jaunt from one place to the next, right? 8, 9, 10, 12. That's kind of the point that I am trying to make here. It's way farther than you might have thought. There, let me see. Yeah, there we go. Nice. I have decided not to. It's a snub knob. There's so many other modes of travel. Caravans, flight, the struggle bus. So, at least as of yet, no one in world has access to flight. At least flight beyond travel, like normal walking speed. We just have walking speed. Ridiculous nerfing of flight, not by you, by the systems. I mean, we don't have any Aarakocra. I see, Nob Nob. Also, isn't there, like, if it's licensing stuff, isn't there something that you can say this is for fair use for educational purposes or something? To, like, cover that base? I feel like there should be. You just need, like, a footnote. What is the average airspeed velocity of an Aarakocra equal to their walking speed? I know that was a Monty Python reference, but that's the actual answer. Not what you wanted, was it? Okay. How do I... Map setting. Layers. Layers! I am glad, Vampy. I get what you're saying, Nob Nob. Still, weird. Again, like, we had this conversation, like, I have so many feelings about the way that project is being graded. Let's see if I can get this guy in here. This might not be what I want. Ugly AF is what it is. That also means like one of these squares is like a day's travel. They're isometric, so it's hard to tell. But the grid matches up pretty closely. I don't know why it's stretched, but oh, that's why it's stretched. Help. Big words, isometric. So, isometric is like when you get a 2D representation of a 3D space, and so like the floor looks slanted, and a square would then be represented as a diamond instead, or rhomboid. Yeah, it is normal that a single hex would be a day's travel. I don't remember if I made the map right, though, Leaked Prism. That's the problem that I'm having. That is the issue. Alright, this is broken. I need to get rid of it. Ugh. Yeah, hills and valleys take extra distance and extra time to cover. This is also not a tactical map. This is an artistic map. This is like an in-world map that somebody would have drawn. So like settlements, towers, landmarks are all much larger than they actually are in real life. I was supposed to be focused in and muted. We see how well that's gone. I just feel very silly. But that also means that Duskfen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Basically, half a month or more from the new base, from the stronghold. It is. I maintain that it is subjective, Vampy. Aarakocra exists in the world. There's just not anybody in the player base. Yeah, hence why people married people from the next village over at most. Exactly. That is supposed to redirect to the Vainslisle Ruin. There we go. And the trip to the Druid's Grove. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Should have taken about as long. Time to build an Aarakocra monk with all of the movement feats. When are you coming over, Vampy? When do you want to come play? It's an open table. I am slowly bringing more systems into the game as well. But it takes translation. I do like this map quite a lot. Tabaxi monk with mobility. I think what Vampy was trying to go for was having flight, so you could take a straight shot. I mean, I'm still running in 2014, so I'm not putting any more money into it. That's for sure. I use the Flapcan More Purple More Better character sheet for all of my characters. Although Demiplane hosts D&D character sheets too, don't they? I would support Demiplane. Not yet? Heck. I am wanting to bring Daggerheart to the system soon as well. Which Daggerheart might well become my new base system for Duskfen. Because I really enjoyed the playtest. There we go. There's the word that I wanted. I enjoyed the playtest when I played it. It was fun. I would enjoy it again. 5e tools are still coming soon. I mean, for all we know, they could be under contractual negotiations with WotC. They need licensure, right? Do you have a moment to talk about our TTRPG savior, Pathfinder 2e? Funny you should mention that. I was just talking about Pathfinder the other night because I was talking about how much I loved the prestige system that was available in earlier editions of Dungeons & Dragons, and the person that I was talking with said, I would love to play Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, and I was like, play Pathfinder. Pathfinder is literally Dungeons & Dragons 3.75. It's very crunchy. Pathfinder is a very crunchy system, but previous editions of D&D also used to be crunchy systems. And at least with the player base that I'm playing with right now, much more interested in narrative forward systems rather than crunchy systems. Yeah, Pathfinder 2e is 3.5, but improved. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, we were talking about how clerics are the only ones who have access to turn undead. And there was a feat that was published in Dragon magazine back in the day that basically was kind of like Magic Initiate, but it allowed you to have access to channel divinity instead. Instead of getting access to some basic magic spells, you got access to channel divinity. And so then you had access to turn undead. If you took the right stack of feats, you could get access to turn undead. And I like that a lot. I think that that's a really cool thing that we lost along the way. That I don't think is game breaking, especially if you are in a game setting where people are not all focused on min-maxing and you want a character who has a little bit of that, you know, cleric flavor without becoming a true cleric. I think that's a great way to bridge that gap. That's true. If you've got a good virtual tabletop that does the calculations for you, it makes it a lot less of a pain to get through. I am debating doing more with Foundry, but also I don't want to have to build everything over again. Nothing does everything that I want it to do. Not a single VTT archival platform does all of the things that I want them to do together. Lots of things are great. Lots of things do what they do very well. But none of them do all of them. Listen, Knob Knob, I ask too much of everything all the time. Including myself. My expectations are always too high. Ask anyone who knows me. And people who don't know me anymore. Pathfinder 2 and Foundry, folks, are the loudest voices in the Demiplane community right now, sadly, from my own perspective. In what way, Vampy? Because, like, that could be any number of ways. Yeah, Pathfinder, even Pathfinder 1st Edition, took a lot of notes from Prestige class system. And the archetype system is... Okay, volume I get, but tenacity for what? What are they talking about in the Demiplane community? Vampy wants Vampire the Masquerade voices at the top of Demiplane's discussion. I don't know. It might be Vampire. It might be Mage. I know Vampy has been very excited about Mage recently. And new things coming out for Mage. Yeah, general World of Darkness, to be honest, yeah. Ugh, alright. I'm actually gonna switch. Since I'm clearly not doing focused work anymore. We'll go back to our other home in the Dungeons and Dragons category. Also, apparently, when I am in the Dungeons and Dragons category, there is an overlay that goes with things, and I don't know how that overlay works. I'm curious. Ugh. Vampy, you are very active in the VTT community. This is one of the reasons why I think it's really funny when anybody, like, comes into my chat or sends me a message and is like, hey, are you doing insert big TTRPG event? And I'm like, no. Why would I? No one knows me. Like, I'm not active enough or a big enough name in the TTRPG sphere to be part of any of that kind of stuff. You know me. Yeah, the 20 people who hang out in our chat on a regular basis know that I exist. But, like, nobody who organizes those events or anything knows who I am. I don't make a name for myself on socials as someone who does TTRPG content. I should. But I don't. And so it means, like, no one's gonna ask me to, like, go be part of Castleton or something like that. Who needs to know you? So that it depends what you're asking about that question. Depends what you're asking. Because there's a lot of different ways to take that question. But, like, oh, you lost context of the reply. So if I was to be important, quote unquote, in the TTRPG sphere, because Vampy was saying that Vampy has connections because they get mentioned in conversations for, like, game content and stuff like that. Because Vampy is very active in a variety of the VTT space, right? So, like, all of that kind of stuff. Vampy is very active and very vocal and, like, has good in-depth conversations with people. We like this for Vampy. But Sarah. Hey, are you the Records of the Realms Blades in the Dark, Cherny? Yes. You are probably one of 4 people who remembers that. But yeah, like, I don't do actual plays anymore. I don't show up on people's channels all the time doing talking head stuff. I don't produce a ton of TTRPG themed YouTube shorts. I don't do any of that. So, like, trying to do, like, being positioned in a place where people on the Crit Awards or people who are casting for Castleton or, you know, Critical Role are gonna call me up and be like, hey, Cherny, do you want to be part of this event? Let's get you into the group. Like, I'm a million miles away from that. And so it's very amusing to me when the random person who happens to know my community comes through and is like, hey, you do TTRPG stuff and I like your TTRPG stuff. Are you gonna go do this big event over here? And I'm like, no one knows who I am over there. Like, no. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Thinking that that would be something that I might even be considered for. But I'm just not there yet. You know, I don't have the exposure. I don't have the body of work. I don't have the brand recognition for that kind of stuff, which is one of the reasons why I'm so deeply honored to be doing the sponsorship stuff with World Anvil right now, because I recognize that they're taking a risk on me because I'm really small and I don't have a lot of reach. But it helps me to be able to pitch that kind of stuff. And you guys help me by saying, oh yeah, even though we're a small community, we're still interested in this and we still help support the person that you chose to sponsor when they do stuff like this, because we like their community and we like what they do and we appreciate them putting their name behind this, you know? So it's interesting. It's just a weird, like, place to be, because I'm not deluding myself into thinking that just because I create TTRPG content that I'm going to be a noticeable personality in the space. You know? I am deeply thankful for everybody in the community who shows up for my streams, wants to share in the conversations on the Discord, wants to support me as a content creator. Like, I wouldn't still be here if you guys weren't here. If I couldn't make it happen, I would have to just quit and go back to a normal job. That's the way of life right now. But I also recognize that it would take a lot more people and a lot more notoriety for me to be able to be somebody in the TTRPG space. And like, I'm not on an actual play, so people aren't seeing me be active as a TTRPG player. So like, I have so many thoughts. So many thoughts. And I don't know how to bridge that gap all the time to make it possible to make a name for myself. And there are days that I'm not sure that I want to either. But I also know that that's probably the most accessible thing for me to make a name for myself in, of all the stuff that I do. Because the days of the Let's Play creator being able to make a name for themselves and a living for themselves are long past. There's so much more that goes into being a professional streamer these days. Thank you, Prism, for the lyrics. You goober. Speaking of Blades in the Dark, Sarah, I'm going to be playing Blades in the Dark again soon, and I'm excited for it. It's going to be fun. I will not be playing Emmet, though. Emmet was a one-time deal. But I am excited to get back to Blades in the Dark again. Also, I think I mentioned this before, but I finally cracked open my Monsters of the Week book. So we're going to be having a look at that here coming up. And maybe putting that into Duskfen. So that'll be fun. That's going to stick with me for the next week, Leaked Prism. Dang it. Why are you like this? I propose a more fluffy version of Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Park. It's a sunny and bright time. See, you say Blades in the Park, and the first thing that comes to mind is Tom Lair's song Poisoning Pigeons in the Park. Which I would not consider light and fluffy, but, you know. Context. Rollerblades, obviously. Okay, so it's like... It's like kids on bikes. Or dads on mowers. That's the vibe that comes out of that for me. Blades in the Park with George. Oh my gosh. Xanadu vibes. Horrible. Horrible. Or what's the one that was like trending in the theater community recently on TikTok? Starlight Express. Starlight Express. Poisoning pigeons in the park with George? No. You love us, or at least tolerate us. I am stuck here, though, with all of you. Stuck in the middle with you, you might say. I blame Leech Prism for that. We've lost the plot. George is in the jungle. Watch out for that tree. You've lost the plot, everybody.
To the pungeon with you.
There was a plot? Yes. There was, indeed, a plot. Are there clowns to the left of you and jokers to the right? Potentially. Sure seems like it with this chat here. Silly. Yes. As a reminder, I am sponsored by World Anvil. And you can help support the stream by checking out World Anvil for yourself. For as little as $7 for a single month. Success! I did it! I should eat. I do not want to eat. I want to be nutritified without effort. Do you have something with calories that you can drink? Now debating if you make a cake. If the option is, do I make a cake? Or do I go without cake? I would say make a cake. If you have the energy to make said cake. When in doubt, enjoy a cake. In fairness, all I would have to do is go get food is operate the microwave twice. Leaked prism. Go get food. Do eat. Ooh, strawberry cake. That sounds fantastic. This needs more pixel density. This is horrible. They're like a minimum of 300 by 400. And then we'll display it at this resolution. Which, when it's tiny like that, does not look as horrible as it does on my screen. Which looks more like this. All fuzzy and stuff. Make it no less than 300 by 400. Max screen. No. Awful. It's fuzzy. Fuzzy is cozy. Vampy. Vampy, no. Okay. Vampy, yes. Vampy, always yes. Uh-huh. I have no idea what information to put in for the Bane's LLC. None. I keep going to like Wikipedia to be like, what kind of information is available for a body of water? What should I include here? The prompts help, though. All right. Parent article is the Atlas. Neither of those, Nub Nub. I am planning to go to the normal time. Yeah. Well, hello. True to the name, the tiger claws at the bars of the working closure. Leaked Prism says no context for you. Hilarious. leave the editor alone. I had breakfast and lunch, and my stomach is like a bereft Victorian child. Hunger! I had despair! You have forsaken me! Listen, have you heard of a little thing called the Great Depression? Are you familiar? Cherny, I need you to Funny thing, you have the power to mute me. Just saying. My stomach is depression, Cherny. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. Exactly. Sarah's trying to make me think I'm famous. Sarah's out here trying to boost my ego, make me think I'm famous. You kinda are, dude. No, I'm not. I am not. You're not? Get out of here. How dare you? Okay, let's actually look. Not even the internet has a definition. Ooh, Cyberpunk Red updates. Nice. You're gonna sneak out of work? My kid, maybe. Uh-huh. If I am still on my work computer, but chilling in stream in Discord, am I really at work? Are you doing anything work-related? Also, this is what corporate bosses fear. That we are not putting all of our life's blood into work when we are working from home. Hint, we weren't putting all of our life's blood into work when we were in a working building either. You just think that we are robots. They pay me for the bare minimum. I give the bare minimum. Yes. They pay me to do exactly the job. I do exactly the job. Precisely. It's okay, but the why don't millennials want to work anymore is the same as I will respect you when you respect me, which is read as I will treat you like a human being when you treat me as an authority. It's the same level. It's not why don't millennials want to work anymore, because we do want to work. We want a job. We want to be able to pay for our life, you know? And we want to do so reasonably. It's that we don't want to be taken advantage of anymore. And there was a time when going above and beyond at your place of employment meant that you got rewards for it. You got recognition, you got upward mobility, you got all kinds of other things in addition to your wage that made going above and beyond sensible. Those don't exist anymore. And I want to throttle people. Despite my active productivity time being well below the standard 75%, I still get praised for my commitment and dedication in getting things done, and people wonder why I still work here. Funny thing, man. Funny thing. All right. I was gonna catch this before the next work block, but we're gonna run out of work blocks here after this one, so we should get an actual stretch break in. Here in a little bit. Alright, what I can do here... Am I gonna have to make... Okay, so the article designs include countries as an organization, but also you can make like land regions as well. And they hit the database differently. So one of them is a location and one of them is an organization. And I feel like I need both. But I might just have to, like, set up a redirect. I'm not sure how that's gonna work. It is World Anvil. I have been using World Anvil for several years now. I absolutely love it. I am a big fan. I am also blessed to be able to say that they are sponsoring me right now as well. So if you feel like hanging out, helping to support, that's a way you can do so. But yeah, I've been using World Anvil to show off my World of Mountain Shade Village, which is the same thing that we call our community around here is Mountain Shade Village, and the greater world of Pelenerth for several years now. And I have loved it. It's been phenomenal. Today, I am slowly trying to organize the database and make things sensible, because up until very recently, I've just been throwing information in as I got it out of my head, and now I have to go through and make it functional for other people to browse it. So that's what I'm doing today. I am guessing that you are also a user of World Anvil as well. Haven't messed with it since you ended your campaign in January, but I do love it though. What was it that made you step away from it? Was it just that you were no longer using the homebrew content, or that you were using it exclusively with your campaign players, or what was it that made you kind of step away from it? Because honestly, I like using it just on my own because it helps me organize my thoughts. Yeah, that can definitely do it. I will say that I appreciate that World Anvil does have a free membership that you can use that allows you, you know, a smaller access to their platform, but it still allows you to use the structure of the platform. I appreciate that a lot. And I keep my campaign settings and I keep my characters on here as well. I am slowly adding my characters to this setting, but that's fair. If you got other projects. Do you guys know each other? That's fantastic. Delightful. But yeah, what sort of game system are you working on? A friend of the channel, OKSDM, recently released his Saga system, and I have been enjoying playing with that lately. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who was like, hey, what systems do you play that aren't Dungeons and Dragons? And there were so many of them. They were like, oh yeah, I've not played any of those. I've played like these 3 other systems. I was like, yeah. and then I have like a list of like 20 more that I want to try. Was raised on D&D and Rifts / Palladium and World of Darkness, and got into Heroes and Champions. All right. So are we going for something that's more fantasy, or like dark modern, or more superhero vibes, or like what does your system want? I ran across a short this morning that like so succinctly described something that I have tried to explain to people so many times, and like leave it to Matt Koval to be able to describe in less than a minute a concept that takes me forever to try and impart on people. But basically, I love that the caption said D&D 5e is oatmeal, because the point that he was making was that there are so many systems out there that are about something. Like paranoia being about the absurdity of bureaucracy, or, you know, World of Darkness being about the tenets of humanity. And D&D is a system that's not about anything. It's not something that is about a topic. It's not about the human struggle, or, you know, the journey to become a hero or anything like that. It's just a basic system at this point. Swifty Goth says, my system is a crunchy skill buy. Lots of work since there's no classes, no races. Pain in the butt. Generic system, but you can use it as building blocks. Basically a Lego of TTRPG to make what you want. That can be hard to pull off, honestly, because there are so many of those out there. I know that there's a lot of folks who want to be able to build whatever they want to build. But that also doesn't go with a default campaign setting either. It doesn't have to, I mean. Swifty says, I'm trying to make a default campaign setting to go with the guides and with example systems and the like. Long explanation to say, I don't recommend doing what I am alone. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes we just gotta take off with an idea, though. Vampy says, my Nordic Versus is starting to get crunchy, I fear. I've been trying to keep as crunch-free as I can, but to give it the grounding that I want, it has been getting crunchy. Yeah. Listen, part of the reason that we gravitate towards TTRPGs is because we like some sense of mechanics that create randomness, but with shape, right? And there's a lot of ways that you can achieve that. You can do dice rolls, you can do card draws, you can do competitive mechanics, right? There's a lot of ways that you can go with that, but we want, as part of our storytelling, something that's going to say, okay, definitively, here's the outcome of that test, right? So I feel like, especially those of us who come from a history of TTRPGs, we're going to be more likely to gravitate towards mechanics. Like, even when I play You Awaken a Strange Place, I feel like I do a lot more dice rolls than other people that I have played that game with. Because by default, You Awaken in a Strange Place does not need that many dice rolls to progress story, you know? It can be very collaborative narrative without having much in the way of mechanics at all that you use in the course of a session. Not necessary. But because I come from a long background of TTRPGs and wanting to roll the shiny math rocks, I use the mechanics more than others might. Which, you know, at least to me, makes sense. Swifty says, I am that nerd that loves crunch. I like crunch in certain places. I will be the first to say that I do not always want crunch, but I do like crunch in certain places. My current broken leg is equity and balance. Some species in my world do not have equal opportunity. Yeah. And in that vein, I don't think that that's by default bad. My thought with that, though, is that if some of your species or your classes or whatever it is going to be, whatever it is for your mechanic system, if some of them come with a great drawback, then they need to have an equal speciality, right? They need to have an equal but opposite expertise that makes it beneficial to choose that option because you're getting a high reward, but you're taking a high risk, you know? One of the things that I think does pretty well with that is like the Don't Starve unique survivors. You'll get survivors that will have a really excellent ability to do something, but then also have a great weakness that needs to be addressed all the time. Slow but steady. I built a supplemental system for Pathfinder 1st edition compatible with D&D 3.5 and published it 5 years ago. Gave me the taste for creation. I love this for you. So went all in on my own system rather than supplement to an established system. Yeah. If you have the capability and the drive to do so, by all means do so. I think that's awesome. I thought about building my own system for a while. I was really into Tamora Pierce's Circle of Magic quartets, and I wanted to build a game system around that idea. I partnered up with a guy that I was in social circles with at the time, and it never really got feet on the ground to move forward on the idea, and now I'm so removed from that information that I do not remember any of the ideas I had around that, like, magic system and stuff that I wanted to run. I did get the opportunity to talk to the author at some point. She seemed interested in the idea, and I feel bad every once in a while that I never followed through on it. But been working on it for years, playtesting it in campaigns, and it got a lot done, but much more to work on. Yeah. And, like, to a certain extent, Swifty, I am very much of the opinion that it will never stop having stuff to be done. You know? You will never stop having things to work on. And sometimes that can be exhausting in and of itself, right? Sometimes the forever having stuff awaiting your attention can drive you away from a project, because it feels inevitable that it will never be done. You'll just always be working on it. And that can be rough. I'm glad that you're in a place that you're able to get back to it, though. That's good. It's good to come back to projects, especially projects that have inspired us. You know? It's good to come back to stuff like that. I see what you mean, Swifty, that if you get the system done, then you'll have to make a monster manual and a campaign setting and a guidebook and other stuff. And while, yes, that's available to you, there are tons of games out there that never published something like a monster manual. D&D published a monster manual because they originally were trying to market to people who were, you know, map strategy gamers. I continue to comment on the fact that Dungeons & Dragons was originally an expansion pack for a map battle game to share this idea of a fantasy world on a tactical miniatures game like Warhammer. And, like, people liked collecting minis. And, yeah, chainmail. Exactly. And so, of course, they wanted to know all of the creatures that were in the world. But you don't need the Spotter's Guide to Wildlife for your setting, either. What your players need is guidance on how to build their own monsters. If you want to throw together a book with a bunch of stat blocks that adhere to your rule system, by all means. Hasbro continues to release stuff like supplemental books for Dungeons & Dragons because it means that it gets them more money. But what your players actually need is just the rules to make stat blocks. You know? Well, thanks for coming in on your break. I appreciate it. Yeah, usually my days are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This week was weird because I had to spend a bunch of time with the second job. But I appreciate you hopping to the chat today. I know that there's a bunch of lurkers out there, so I appreciate you taking the time to jump into the chat. Lovely to have you. What was I talking about before this? I don't remember. We were working on landmarks. That's what we were doing. So, what was the next thing I was doing? Ow. These guys. Twitch gives you my 2 pennies an ad or whatever. I appreciate it, Swifty. Thank you. I read that as New Vegas the first time, Vampy. Vampy says, oh my backlog of what I want to add to Norse Verses in terms of add-ons and DLCs, core rules, the world, folk stories, Eddas and sagas, the runes, and then spinning off to Celtic stuff and maybe other realms as well. Yeah, there's always space for supplemental material, right? But when it comes to actually producing something and producing something usable, what we need to provide is not the same as like what the big companies provide. You know, it's great to have supplemental materials and setting books and all of that kind of stuff. It's awesome. And I love that. But it's not necessary. It's not required. What people need is to know how to create it for themselves. There will always be people who would rather consume than create. But by starting with the rules for creation first, and then going on from there, it's a lot easier. I feel like I'm fundamentally missing a navigational component in this structure here. Like, I feel like there's a way to tie together my categories and my pages in a different way. I think I need to go looking for like an instructional video on how to use categories in World Anvil, because I feel like I can do better. Where is Shadowsdale? I don't think this belongs in this. Yeah, Shadowsdale is over here. Very far away. So this actually needs to be... This article needs to be in Oberium. Like over here. It needs to be in Oberium, but it needs to be... under the regular atlas, not under everything else. Yeah, exactly. And the same thing with like adversaries too. So like monsters or whatever, however that applies in your setup. That should also be accessible in your main book. Like how to run, how to build a stat block for your monsters, and things like that. Okay, so this guy... Let's edit this page here. You do not have to be locked anymore. You are a hamlet. You should be under Country of Oberium. And then you need... Maybe I just need to browse for this one. I want a font awesome icon for a settlement that's not just a house. Might have to look for that in a little bit here. It is time to take a break, and it is absolutely time for a proper break. So, as always, if you don't have a potion next to your name, go ahead and grab the mirror link. You're welcome to play some words on stream with us over the break. And I am going to get up and stretch. Thank you again to World Anvil for the sponsorship, and I will chat with you all after the break. Good luck.
Yay!
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good stretch break with the words on stream. But we are back. It is time for some more co-working, some more hanging out, getting some stuff done. But have a good lurk. Thanks for playing some Werbs with us over the break. But this weekend, we got Sword Art Online with Leaked Prism. We got the Saturday afternoon cartoon block with Apollo Vera. And we got some stuff going on next week as well. Apparently, we've got a pretty full week this week. We might... We'll have to see. We're almost at an event in Mountain Shade Village every day of the week. Friday is the one that's missing because technically the event that I am doing is in Duskfen, not in Mountain Shade Village. It's close. Not quite the same. But we have almost an event in Mountain Shade Village every day of the week next week, and I am excited. Because that's something that I long for. I truly want to be such a busy and bustling community that we've got something going on all the time that people can enjoy. Also, I don't have any gigs for second job next week, which means that I get to spend more time with you guys and more normal time with you guys. So we'll be doing Tuesday through Thursday again next week. Excuse me. We got the Bards Film Festival this coming Sunday, so in a couple of days. We have Quiet Reading with Nob Nob on Monday this month, not Tuesday. So Monday, we have Quiet Reading with Nob Nob, which also means that we have space on Tuesday this week for Ready Player 2. And it sounds like we're going to be playing some Don't Starve together. So if you would like to join myself and Apollo and anybody else who joins up for some Don't Starve Together Tuesday night, unmodded, just regular old Don't Starve Together, then we've got that coming. We've got Jackbox on Wednesday, and we have Date Night with Apollo Vera on Thursday, taking over for the Tipsy Tiger. So you can join us for that. I will be doing Duskfen side quest and table quests Friday and Saturday night, so I will be off in the Duskfen server for those. But I will be hanging out for Sword Art Online and the Saturday afternoon cartoon block on Saturday. So lots of stuff happening next week. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Why am I yawning like this? Horrible. Oh my gosh. Also, I forgot to mark that done ages ago. I also finished my lunch, which I forgot about. So, lots of stuff going on. Also, do you guys want to see the puzzle that I gave my players? Do you want to see? $42 42 is your answer to the puzzles that I gave them? Is that what's happening? Alright, this should be public. Alright, so if you guys want to look at it on your own page, you can check it out here. But this is the flyer that got posted. And the background color text here was a wayfish young dragonborn comes through carrying flyers and posting them quietly on the quest board. They barely stay long enough to eat a bowl of gruel before they are on their way again. The flyer posted reads as follows. Putielo Onktugo, which is a Bengal greeting from the Slumbering Expanse. Looking for able-bodied and clever folk to aid someone's in need. There is a paragraph that follows in unrecognizable text. Coin and other rewards provided with the return of belongings. And then other unrecognizable text at the bottom. And then there is the narrative comment. It might take you a bit to figure out just what this letter means. I have players working on this currently. No one has actually solved the puzzle yet. And they're trying to schedule this event coming up pretty soon here. Do not throw it into ChatGPT. How dare you? No. I was kidding. I know you were kidding. You wouldn't disrespect our planet that way. I will say there are plenty of digital tools that can assist you in solving this problem. AI is not the way. Goosetown coming into chat to be judgy. Your joke pulled me out of lurk. I was so aghast. Yes. Yes. I sit in rooms now where people brag about how good they are for communities running AI farms. It hurts my spirit. It hurts my spirit. Even a green AI, if it existed, would not actually be able to solve it. I don't know that that's true necessarily. I think it's possible, but harder to do because it takes reasoning. It takes reasoning skills to understand what the solution is. So, I did give them a bit of a cipher fix for this. Which is, they know that somewhere, two of our resident PCs are from the region that this is written in. So, Bengal is the language that is spoken by natives of the Slumbering Expanse. And two of our PCs are from the Slumbering Expanse. So they would recognize that this is from someone of that region. And they recognize Caribganut, which if you can't see it on the page, that's how that's spelled. And I told the players that word parsing remains the same. Spaces are retained when this is properly translated. It's not like you're translating from, English to Spanish or vice versa, where the words are not the same length. So, Caribganut is listed somewhere in this paragraph. In the spaces that are not in English. And my players haven't solved it yet. And I'm a little curious if anybody in chat can solve it. Because I like this puzzle. And I get excited when people discover things, you know, when people figure it out. How long have they had? Let me go check. When did this get posted? Players have had a week. No, players have had longer than that. This got posted to World Anvil a week ago. Players have had since April 21st. To solve this puzzle. How much of that time they've actually been spending on this puzzle, I don't know. But it got introduced to the game world on the 21st of April. Ugh, I should actually edit this setup here. How big is this? I don't remember the difference between a village and a hamlet. Settlement size table. A village is up to 5,000 people? Really? That's so many. That's so many. Honestly, correct for this area, because it is more than several families. It seems like such a high threshold, though. See, this one says a village is 50 to 100 people and a town is 1,000 to 6,000. But that also means that there's nothing in between a village and a town. What isn't just rot X? What? Oh, yes. Yes. You meant as a variable. Yeah. Exactly, Vampy. Mm-hmm. I tried to make it simple. They just haven't closed the gap yet. And I think it might just be that they're trying to resolve it in short bursts of time. which can be the downfall to all of us, is that you spend too short a time working on it and not a long enough time to like let everything fall into place. But that's okay. I'm not surprised that you're the first one to say the solution, though, Vampy. I'm also terribly amused at what it's called. Do you know what it's called? Mm-hmm. I think it's funny. I'm just focused on my cake. Listen, you're going to have strawberry cake at the end of this, though. So, who's the real winner here, Knob Knob? Who's the real winner here? All right, I need another setup. A lemon strawberry cake? Get out. How dare you? Amazing. Give it to me. I need some. Can you just ship that to Illinois, please? I need it. I guess the house with flag is not horrible as an icon. I should really be doing more with SEO. That would be smart. All right. Parent location. This should be... Ugh. Remember before when I was talking about the frustration I was having with the location versus organization structure in World Anvil? There's nothing actually wrong with it. But my frustration is I built all of my countries as organizations. So I can still include them by owning organization, right? But I have to make a separate article for parent location. And it annoys the heck out of me. Yeah, location versus organization. So, like, a country is considered an organization because it's a political structure, right? It's a geopolitical organization. And that is in a separate category from the locations, even though it is a location-based geopolitical organization. It doesn't count as a location classified article. And it annoys me. Because I'll be like, okay, parent location, the country that it's in. No. However, I do have a workaround here because this particular location is an adventure location built for the Baneslisle Valley, and so I can put it on the Atlas location page for the Baneslisle Valley and Duskfen region because it's part of the adventure group. So it is pertinent to have it there, and I can still tie it to the owning organization being the country that it's part of. See, and Vampy, that's exactly why I like using it, because of the complexity and the granularity of all of that kind of stuff. It's just that I have to keep reminding myself that it's in a different category. And that's today I don't have the patience. It's good for me and it helps organize things better. But right now, I don't have the patience. And it annoys me. But it's better in the long run. And that is good. Because in spite of myself, it helps me organize things. And that's important. Because now, I can go over here. For me, today is not the day. Neither was yesterday. Tomorrow is highly unlikely as well. Yeah, I get that. So now, on the Atlas, under included locations, I now have Carig Banut listed as an included location by default. So I can have cross navigation between the stuff. It's very good. All right, back to the articles list. Important locations. All right, I need a good icon. The Slumbering Expanse is a mistranslated country. It's a country name on the continent of Angrigar. You can find out more here. Oh, I needed to edit something on this page. What was it? I was missing a word somewhere. Don't remember where it was. But yeah, this is the Slumbering Expanse. This whole tan area here. Which, come to think of it... Oh no, this area is deserted area. It's a little bit further south that it becomes frigid. I made the dang place and I can't even remember all the things offhand. Ugh. Too many details. Not enough time. All right. This is not the list I need. Where's the list I need? All right. Duskfen. Design. Update the header. I think we're going to use this house and flag icon for it as well. What should I use for an underground landmark, do you think? Or area? I did mark it as a hamlet, though. That's good. This is the wrong article. A rock, maybe? Maybe. Hang on. Do I have 2 copies of the map on this page? Oh no, I have the top-down city map, and then I have the actual map. Okay. Never mind. If I'm understanding your question correctly, Nob Nub, yes, the puzzle adheres to your suggestion. One second. Let me see. Because I don't think so. Oh, yeah, maybe. But they are also sending it to a location in Oberium. So kind of 50-50. Because they know that Outlanders refer to their country as the Slumbering Expanse. And Oberians are Outlanders. because they are sending it from like down here. Like here. Spoilies journey. I mean, that spoiler has already been given to my players. So, there's that. And then Duskfen is up here. If they haven't picked up on it yet. 2 of them, it was given to them outright because they're from there. I don't think I have any active players from Iodradu anymore. We had a couple of characters from Iodradu. Or Iodradu. Ugh. It's cake. It's cake now. It's almost cake. It's nearly cake. Yeah. It's not quite cake, but soon. But yeah, here's the Banesly LC, right? And then it's like sort of this area. And this is Audent Field up here. This is a large trade city. And Audentmont. So yeah. But yeah, my players would get it. I have faith. They'll figure it out. All right. This one wants to be first in this category. Where is Chaotic Nerd Boy? I feel like they would appreciate that joke a lot, Vampy. That feels like a joke they would tell. All right, let's get this edited. So we said a rock maybe? Or our I still have the Mediterranean Sea pulled up. Let's see if there's a Font Awesome cave. What are these options you gave me? Camera, calendar. What are these? What is this list? Vampy, why have you done this to me? Corn is roughly a cylinder. Corn costs $1 an ear because it is the pie rate. Why have you done this to me? Okay, there's a torch. I have a torch. I have no cave. I have no dungeon. But I found a torch. I don't know if there's a better option. Weapons and armor. RPG icons. Just there's a negative space castle emblem. Which could kind of give underground vibes. It was like a circle with a black castle look on it. I could also do something else, because, like, the dungeons you go on quests for, so I could do something like a scroll. But the other winner is the torch, because you need a torch to go into a dungeon. Right? We like the negative space castle for the dungeons, or for the underground landmarks. All right. Hey, nice, Vampy. All right, we'll do the castle emblem then. Geographic location. This should be cave system. Is this considered a geographic location, or should I build it as something else? I mean, it is kind of a cave system because it does have access to the natural caves under the area. Computer! Computer, no! Maybe this is just a cave system. It is a structure, though. So maybe it's not a geographic location. Is it a settlement, then? Because it's an underground building. Yeah, Vampy, I had that same thought. New Pope selected. You're about to see the entire freaking world respect a chosen name, and yet... Because it was never actually about respecting someone's name. It was never about that. Underground or subterranean? It is underground or subterranean. Maybe this wants to be something else. Maybe this wants to be a different kind of article. So, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go down into my author workspace. Into my test articles. We're going to start a new article. So types of articles, we have building or landmark is one type of article. Character, condition, conflict, document, ethnicity, geography, item, language, material, military formation, myth or legend, natural law, organization, profession, plot, quest, session report, settlement, species, spell, technology, title or rank, tradition or ritual, or vehicle. Building or landmark or settlement seem the most likely that they're going to have the subcategory that I need. So let's start there. So I'm going to make that test article. I go in here. Go up top here. Abbey, Acropolis, Citadel, Airport, Alleyway, Allotment, Amphitheater, Apartment, Apartment Building, Tenement, Apothecary, Aqueduct, Arcade, Architectural Element, Catwalk, Dungeon, Entrance, Entryway, Gallery, Rooftop, Archive, Archway, Arena, Arsenal, Bank, Treasury, Bar, Barracks. I don't really know what to call this location either, because it has become a tomb. It was used as a barracks. It was used as an offering house. So it had like a chapel. I don't know what to call it, really. At the moment, it's a ruin. So I could just call it a ruin. The current use is shelter for gnolls. You would call it a ruin, then? Do. Also, one of the things that I find interesting is that you can make rooms within a location with separate notes. Like, you can make separate articles for the rooms within a larger building. I know, Vampy, you're very sad that I haven't used a gnoll for gnolls. They needed to hide. They needed to be out of sight. The other thing is that I haven't figured out my timelines yet and my world calendar, and I'm getting to the point where I kind of need to start doing that. Uh-huh. Do I have any of my Duskfen players in chat right now? I don't know if any of my players are in chat right now. Because I actually need to know if we have a name for these guys. Hmm. We're just gonna call it the Young Knolls for now. Because then I can start a page and it'll be fine. This is fine. Oh no, I'm putting this all on the heckin' test article. Dang it. Shoot. Not what I wanted. All right. Well, heck. Now I need to keep that open. All right, so now I need to go Duskfen, Atlas, important locations. Article. building your landmark. There we go. Public. Adventure location. Crimson Banner. Oberium. Action base. Create article. What else is here? Nothing. That can go there. Associated manuscripts. No. Footer sections. Image gallery. Do I have a separate image gallery for this? Crimson Banner. There we go. No organizational chart yet. Design. What was I using for this? The castle emblem? Why am I in the wrong... That's not the one I want to be editing. Let me try again. Okay. Footer, image gallery. Crimson Banner. Parent article. Atlas. Ruins. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now, this one can be deleted. Now I just need to copy everything over that I put in here. In the tester, because I don't need this in the test article. The Nosh Knowles Pit, because they moshed for Eckerd's music. I need an actual article title, you know. Right now, it just says the Young Knolls, and I will leave it as that until you guys actually have something that you call it. Right now, I am working on my last nerve. No, I am I am organizing my existing World Anvil for my multiple, like, MMO-styled, West Marches-styled open table called Duskfen. It's an open sandbox environment where a whole bunch of players can pick and choose what adventures they go on, decide how they want to group up and organize, and do all of that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm working on right now, is the ever interesting and exciting organizations of my notes. But we're having a good time. How are you? What are you up to? What are you doing with your gaming time, Calmir? The Young Knolls reminds me of the Young Turks. I was thinking that the Young Knolls sounded like a music group of some kind. You said Caribganut was in the message. Yes. Caribganut is in the flyer that was posted that I gave you guys the link to earlier. Need to work on your D&D game more, though? What needs work? Are you homebrewing a whole setting? Just needing to do notes? What's going on? Gifted Gabby, good to see you again. It's been a long time. A lot? Fair. Fair. Hang on. Where did I put you? There we go. You are there. Do. Purpose. And I can tell that I am getting tired. History. History? Yeah, history. Fell to ruin after the Night of Crimson Leaves. Huzzah. I'll tell you what, though, Kelmir, using World Anvil, which is this tool that you see before me, has made things a lot easier for me to work on notes and keep things organized. Even after just, like, throwing stuff at it for a really long time, made it a lot easier for me to pick things up. And that's helpful. Stuck in a crossroads in regards to one of the D&D games. Not sure how to balance between the 4 players' play style. That is definitely a rough thing to come up against, and it takes some finessing. What is it that you are actually struggling with? If you feel like sharing or talking it through. So far, I only know a nation is ruled by an adventurer's guild. The party starts up by signing with the guild, and their first quest is to escort an artificer from one location of the guild to another location, where the party will work under this artificer from then on. Alright, what does the artificer do? Why does the artificer have quests for them to do? What is the scope, right? Alchemist. Okay, so you've got lots of, like, equipment and materials fetch quests that are available to you. Why does the artificer need to make their alchemy components? What is it that they're trying to achieve by making alchemy? Right? Are they seeking some greater knowledge? Are they working for the crown? Are they trying to bring back their long-lost wife? Like, meh. What's the artificer's motivation? Okay, that should be good now. At least as a start. And then we can go to the Atlas page. And that should be included in the... That is not supposed to still be there. Okay. So... I caution people away from the idea of making the first powerful guy that people run across the BBEG. My thought would be to make them a lieutenant rather than the true BBEG. But because there can be a sense of hopelessness that comes with facing them with the big bad right off the bat, especially if somebody figures out the pattern too early on. So Gifted Gabby says, the good thing is that they are my family, all of the players. My parents, sister, and her wife, so that's great. Stressful part is Mom struggles to both follow complex story and RP at the same time. Dad is a human fighter, which I gather to mean Dad is very straightforward and bland with the gameplay. Sister-in-law is well-rounded and lovely. Sister is edgy and likes the overarching plot. Okay, so part of that is going to come with tempering how you approach each of the players, right? Because you can approach smaller things in smaller bites for players who don't necessarily have an immediate grasp on those concepts, right? But you can still make it accessible to them, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about accessibility of the game to your players. And as a game runner, that's your responsibility, is to kind of create that bridge between the game that you are presenting and the players who are playing in it. So, like, your mom, for example, who will either do heavy RP or keep track of the story as it happens, something that could help bridge that gap for her and get her used to doing both at the same time in a small way is when you have a plot mover NPC who's going to come in and talk to the group and has the opportunity to talk to your mom's character, you can have the plot come out as part of that in-character interaction. You know? You can speak in character as the NPC, address your mom's player character in character, and encourage your mom to respond in kind, and create a moment, a scene, where plot is provided through RP, and that helps tie those two themes together with that player. But the other thing is not putting pressure on your players to grow in a certain direction, right? It's just providing them opportunities to experience those things that would help draw the game together for them. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's just kind of meeting your players where they're at. You know, if your sister likes opportunities to be the edgy and sinister rogue in the back corner, then give her time to shine as that edgy and sinister rogue in the back corner, you know? And she will have fun, and by extension, you will have fun because your players are having fun at the table, you know? So I wouldn't say that you need to start a whole new campaign for these players in order for them to have fun. But with those two methods, I think that you can amplify the amount of fun that everybody is having at the table if you give that a chance, you know? Also, Kelmir, I like the idea of having there be some big MacGuffin that your alchemist is trying to figure out. I get a little overdone when it comes to the I will create the thing that will give me eternal life. Because, especially if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, if you're playing a different system, there's other considerations for that. But if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, there's so many different ways to achieve eternal life that don't even touch on the Philosopher's Stone, right? Like, it's a great legend, and it makes a great MacGuffin. But there's so many other ways already in the system to achieve that. Like, soul anchors, clone, simulacrum, like, or even vampirism. I don't know. I have thoughts about that. But it depends where you want to go, and it depends where the players' motivations are. Right? Like, are the players going to have any tie to what this sinister alchemist is doing? Or are they just hired for the coin and they really don't care about that plot? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The cake is cake? Knob, knob. That's exciting. Leaked Prism says, my current method of GMing, here is the complex problem. Then when they solve it, well, look at that. You got the right solution. I have had people I intended to be good become evil, and some evil that were misunderstood or influenced. Absolutely. Letting your players figure it out can be some of the most rewarding ways to move the plot forward. Listening to your players at the table and the things that they think of can be the most, like, rewarding of any of the available options, for sure. Gift of Gabby says, I do know that I'm wanting to run, and I was winging it way too much for comfort. If you're a planner and not a pantser, like, running it out of the seat of your pants when you are a planner can be deeply uncomfortable. And that's a good thing to know about yourself. Absolutely. If it was, you get a monster village, clear it out, or pick sides, they choose, make them tolerate each other now, or we will make your lives heck, and we genuinely want PCs. But they succeeded. So the players negotiated a peace between a village of some monster species and a local, like, adventuring race village under threat of power, basically. Is that what I got from that? Hello?
Hold the line. This hamlet shall
Oh my
not
goodness.
fall.
Hello and welcome, Raiders. What are we doing out there? Eldritch Pod Blast. Heck. Welcome in, everybody.
A new follower.
Heck. Hello and welcome, Raiders. It is lovely to have you. Normally, I would be heading to wrap up right about now, but I do have a little bit of extra time that I can hang out and get to meet all of these lovely new friends. Hello and welcome, Eldritch Pod Blast. You have been streaming, my friends. If you need to go get some post-stream self-care, some food, some water, some rest, please do not hesitate to do so. I always encourage people to make sure that they at least get a stretch break before settling in and hanging out with us here in Mountain Shade Village. So please do that. But before you get up, if you can, please drop into the chat. Let us know when you are going to be streaming next and what you are going to be up to, if you would be so kind. Hello and welcome, all of you lovely Raiders. I will say hello to you individually here in just a moment. But my name is Cherny. You have been guided over the mountains and through the mists to find us here in Mountain Shade Village. It is wonderful to welcome you to this strange and silly part of Twitch. I'm a variety streamer. We do TTRPG content like I'm doing today. We do co-working streams. I also play RPGs and survival craft games. And I occasionally even do makers and crafts, cosplay, and so much more. So welcome in to all of you lovely folks. Eldritch Pod Blast says, thank you so much for a warm welcome, Cherny. We are going to be back on Monday for some Claire Obscura and 21 Pilots Gig Yap. Amazing! I cannot wait to see you. So for any of those lovely people out there who want to check out the lovely and wonderful Eldritch Pod Blast, you should. Absolutely wonderful to get to go over there the other day. Go, drop a follow, do all the things, say hello, and enjoy some absolutely wonderful TTRPG content creators, among other things, while they play some Clair Obscure. So, I could go on and on about the wide variety of things that we do here in Mountain Shade Village, but here is a little look at what it's like around here in our neck of the woods.
As always, my name is Cherny, and these have been my adventures. Farming, foraging, mining, fishing, and combat. Combat? I have to do combat? I thought this was a farming game. Slightly less distressed.
Yes. I would like to be slightly less distressed, please. Please.
I'm having a pretty good time. No! Gah! What is this thing? No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, God. This is how we die. This is why we got heals. Hail Hybrid, my friend. You guys! Thank you for the support. It might be apparent to your roommate that you're a nerd. You are part of the village. You are part of the village. So, I don't know what this was. This is some kind of inclusiveness? I don't know.
So hello and welcome to all of you wonderful raiders from Eldritch Pod Blast today. I would love to know what one of your favorite moments from their stream was today. Also, hello and welcome to Harry Godfather, I Hardly Noah, Imperfectly M, St. Jonathan, of course, Mags, and Jack. I hope both of you are at least getting some water. Please, get some water. The D&D Bints, Sublime Lupine, and everybody else who came in. Renananan, hello, welcome in. And to all of you other lovely lurkers out there, lurkers make Twitch happen. I appreciate you all. Please enjoy your time here in Mountain Shade Village. If you do want to drop a follow and mark your map for the next time you come around, please feel free to do so. I do use anonymous follows so that you can continue to enjoy your lurk without getting called out. I knew it was coming. For anybody who does not know what that sound means, it is village well time, which means that you need some water. I've got 16 ounces of water that I'm going to grab here in just a second. But the amount of water that you have is entirely up to you. You got to have a sip. You got to have 16 ounces like I do. The amount is up to you, but it's got to be some water. Doesn't matter what else you happen to be drinking today, be it coffee, tea, juice, energy drink, soda, or milk, or anything else, get yourself some water. So no, beer does not count. Welcome in, Sublime Lupine. Beer does not count as water. I can't tell you the number of times I've had that argument. It's not an argument. It's a statement of fact. You're welcome to go back to the beer. Just get a sip of water too. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to ban you from drinking everything else that you're drinking. Because, like, I've got my Thai tea here. I had a whole jar of coffee earlier today. Just got to also have some water, all right? Also some water. It's important. Yes, go take the dog out. Thank you so much for thinking of me at the end of your stream. I'm sure we'll catch you around some other time. Please have a wonderful rest of your night. I know that it's much later where you are than where I am. So please enjoy the rest of your night. Give your dog extra pets for me. We'll see you around next time. Take care. Let me catch up on the chats here really quickly. Ooh, yeah. It's a fun duality to have two different groups of monster species like having a turf war. You know? I think that's a lot of fun to play with. There's a lot of interesting themes there that you can play with. Yeah, some kind of inclusiveness. We don't know. I don't know. That's for sure. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the trailer. I need to update it. As you can tell, the overlay is no longer the same, and all of those clips are now quite old at this point, but it still works for now. Queen Row, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day out there. I'm sorry, Journey. I make you do the human tricks. I know. As soon as I turned it back on, I knew I wasn't going to escape today without doing a village well at least once today. The hilarious way I figured out the message. Amazing. Yeah, so I put it to chat earlier today. All right, so here's my village well. We're going to get back to that in just a second, but I'm going to give this to all of you guys as well, since we've got a bunch of extra folks hanging out with us. Where's the thing here? So I've been building all of my stuff into World Anvil for a while. And I've been really getting into the depths of World Anvil recently. So I gave this adventure hook to my players in Duskfen. Duskfen is my West Marches / MMO styled D&D plus multiverse setting, right? Currently, we're just using D&D 5e 2014. I'm going to be adding in a bunch of other systems coming up, including Candela Obscura and Daggerheart, and probably some others as well. So this, if you want to click on that link there in the chat, you can see this for yourself. But this is the adventure hook that I gave to my players. And I gave them this narrative and this flyer that is written in common. So for me, it's written in English. But it's not readable on its own. And I gave it to my players, and 2 of my players' characters are from the Slumbering Expanse, which is one of my countries on this continent that they're on. And so they are able to recognize this greeting, which is in Bengal, which is the language of the country that they are from. And they were able to recognize that Caribganut is a 2-word phrase, which is a small settlement in the Slumbering Expanse. They were able to recognize that Caribganut,
The more you know,
is in this flyer. So because of that, they should have the materials at their disposal to translate this flyer. 2 of my people in chat have already figured it out. My players, as a group, have had access to this hook since April 21st. And I put it to chat today, and 2 people have figured it out. So I'd be interested to know if anybody has a hankering for figuring out word puzzles. If anybody can reach the solution before we head out for the day. But I would be interested. Bins deep in the brittle hole. For anybody who doesn't know, that's part of an anvil. As a streamer, I think you have to collect overlays. It's the law. I agree. I absolutely agree. What is happening? Lots of things. Also, welcome, new villager. Thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. You can continue to enjoy your lurk or introduce yourself in chat. Either way, I hope you have a lovely time here in Mountain Shade Village. Welcome in. But yeah, it's used to like shape, especially bar stock and things like that, into other things. Because you can't just hold a thing that came out of the forge. I want to know what your trick was, Knob, to figure out the puzzle. But yeah, if you grab that link that's up there and the location name, the related location, sure, you can absolutely DM it to me or whisper it to me. Both of these, actually, the related character and the related location are actually both in this section needing to be translated. Topaz, absolutely. Absolutely. Please take care of yourself. Enjoy your lurk. Need to learn more about D&D, so this is a perfect place for me to hang out in. Absolutely. Normally, I am doing world building on Wednesdays. I'm in Chicago in the US, so I usually run from 10 a.m. Central Time to 4 p.m. Central Time. This week, my work schedule got all wacky, so I ended up having a weird stream schedule this week. But yeah, I'm in the US. Listen. Chat sends condolences to all of us there. Yeah. But it changes my time zone. But yes, I'm in Chicago, so I'm in Central Time. I stream from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. most Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, depending on my second job and all of that kind of stuff. But you know, you can find me then most of the time. My schedule is most often up to date on the Discord. I used to be more intentional about updating it here on Twitch, but it continues to slip my mind, so that is not always the case. But with all of that being said, it's time for the village well. So if you haven't already gone to get your water, here's my 16 ounces of water here. You gotta have a sip. It doesn't matter what else you happen to be drinking today. Water is the vibe. And then I have one more task for all of you. All of my longtime Mountain Shade Village residents know this, but I need to see your favorite emotes in chat. Very important. Spam all of your favorite emotes in chat because we must have the flow of the emotes as we have the flow of the village well. So get your water. It is time for the village well. Hail hydrate, my friends. I hope you got some water. Whether it was just a sip or 16 ounces, as always, the amount is up to you, and hopefully you're a little more hydrated for your day. Ugh. It was fast. Oh my God, is that ranch and pizza? That's ranch and pizza. Amazing. That's fantastic. I love it. I love it. Also, thank you for the reminder out there. If you are just coming in, if you're brand new to Mount Shade Village, or if you're just coming in for the day, head down to the channel points. We have a daily collect channel point that is a local currency in this chat called the torches. And you may notice our lovely little torches here on little Cherny. Not that one. Oh God, not that one. The Cherny has a torch. You can have some torches too. You can get one a day, and you can get torches for being first. You get 5 torches for being first, and you get an extra torch every time you stoke the beacon. Stoke the beacon is on a timer, so you can do that every allotted time. So if you're hanging out, lurking, listening to chat, chatting in the chat, then as that timer runs up, you can stoke the beacon and get another torch for yourself. So lots of ways to get yourself some torches. We got a lot going on in the channel points as well, so you can have a look at that and a little bit more every day. But since I'm sticking around for a little bit longer here, let's head back over with more of the world building stuff. Well, heck. Are you still going to take a nap? Do you have time to take a nap? Having a plan to take a nap and then not taking a nap seems both encouraging and disappointing. You know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, it's great to be doing the thing that I'm doing that prevented me from taking a nap. But also nap. Right? Like, I'm having a good time. Listen, naps are nice. It's a good time. Yes. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your nap. All right, let's see. Where did I leave off here? I know that I have more notes for the Crimson Banner barracks. I don't think that they made it into... I don't think they made it into World Anvil yet. I did so much prep for this encounter. I really should roll it out as like an actual module. It would be a fun little module. Okay, maybe I will put this here. Let's do... Because I have a bunch of descriptions that I used for this area. Oh no. Okay. Did I not write? I didn't write descriptions for the other areas, did I? I want that italicized. I did really like this as like an introductory area. Because this was one of the very first adventures that the group went on. Alright, we need secrets. These secrets have been revealed, but they are technically secret. So we have the Tomb of the Fallen. And I can set Trail Dusters as a subscriber group for them. And then we want Marching Barracks. As one of our areas as well. And I will add more details to those in the future. It's already on the Atlas page. I already updated the icon. Cool. Now, let's take a look at the view. Refresh that page. I should probably make this an image of the prayer room, not the tomb. Given that the tomb is a room that is revealed only when taking the oath? That would make more sense, huh? This is parsed correctly, though. Why is the test building and landmark page still on this? Nope. Why is it still on the Atlas page? Navigation. Aha! This is why. Still listed as the parent location. And it's still tied to the Order of the Crimson Banner, which we don't want. Alright, all of that can be cleared out. Because this is just a test article for format. So that inevitably, when I forget... what is it and do you pay for it? So this particular playlist is a curated playlist that I did of mostly Stream Beats songs, but also Raylice. I don't remember if... Do I have anybody else in this playlist? I think this playlist is just Stream Beats and Cat Records by Raylice. But it is all DMCA free and available for use in a lot of different places. Raylice is available, I believe, on SoundCloud and a handful of other places. Also available on Spotify still, if you're using Spotify. Stream Beats is available just about anywhere you want to look for it. But yeah, some good stuff. But it's a curated playlist that I did as opposed to one that was already out there. Okay, so that's done. I need to update the image that I picked. So let's go to my image library and get the correct image for the Crimson Banner. Good. I added 2 images from the... Why am I like this? Good job, Cherny. So close, and yet so far. Bleh. Alright. Counters. Direct counter location. Should I put the offering chamber in or the prayer room? Reach the point in the day where I don't know what to do. Well, today is Friday night. What am I doing tonight? That's the real question. Laundry. That's what I was doing tonight, was laundry. I'll probably be hopping into the Discord later tonight so that I have something to do during my laundry time. Whether or not I will be doing so for gaming or for TTRPG content, I don't know. Because I do appreciate having finally gotten some headway on this. There we go. That's more what I was looking for. Cool. Now, go back to the important locations. There was... Wasn't there like a regular... Yeah, castle flag. That's what we'll use for the Baneslail Stronghold. It's low on the gardening. Listen, you're still out there doing it. You know? You're still out there doing it. And that's good. Okay. The abandoned grove. Okay, so this is a druid's grove. I don't know that I want it to be a tree icon. Like, tree icons are easy to find. And they do actually have a dead tree icon. Which is good, because this grove has a petrified tree at the center of it. But it's also like an adventure location. So I don't know. Gotta have the homegrown leafy greens, yeah. Now more than ever. Okay, so this is not showing parent locations because I have to put it in the parent location. There we go. Felixion, hello! How we doing today? Welcome in. Are you working on some homebrew for yourself or some game prep? What has brought you in today? Oh yes, the timer went off. I have the good fortune to be sponsored by World Anvil right now. If you like hanging out with us and you want to give World Anvil a try, you can get 1 month for as low as $7, or you can get as low as $4.50 a month if you decide that you want to get a membership, and it helps support me and my ability to make ends meet and pay my rent every month if you decide to get it through my link. So if you want to check it out, that's what I'm using right now. And it's an absolutely fantastic tool for writing, world building, D&D game running, or other TTRPG game running, and a whole lot more. So, but no pressure. I mean, Valexion, I started building a homebrew world setting and module list well before I had a group that I was playing with. So no shame there. But it's also a lovely place to hang out, so I hope you enjoy it. Okie dokie, so this guy here, this is not a cliff. This is not a cove. It is on a bluff. Am I running into the same thing where I am going to need to change this over into a building? Even though it is not really grove. Doesn't mean the same thing. Does not mean the same thing, but it is. And I can't tell if that becomes... Felixion says, it's all fun and games until the anglerfish grows legs and lungs and its lure evolves to look like a puppy. And I don't know if that's a mimic or one of the dang fish folk that I can never remember the name of. Kuatoa. Because it sounds a lot like a variation on the Kuatoa. To me. All right. Atlas. Atlas. Is this... this is actually where I want the dead tree. Is not with the grove. But for the petrified tree itself. That makes more sense. And this is a building or landmark, and it's definitely a landmark. I'm not sure if there is a good subcategory for this. Because most of these are like buildings, not naturally occurring landmarks. What do we got here? Do I mark it as a lair, as an Easter egg for my players? Natural Wonder. Natural Wonder might work. That might be it. Because it's a petrified tree. by earthly standards, it would be considered a petrified grandfather tree because it is extra large. All of the rooms. I think Natural Wonder is going to be what it is. Shops. Yeah, not a shrine. Plenty of opportunity for shrine, but this is not the shrine. Tree. Do I mark it as... I mean, it is a tree. I don't know if I like tree or Natural Wonder better. Not sure. Layered clothing outlet. A layer. I'm trying to figure out where I would put that. Probably in a large city. But who would use that as a lair? A warlock patron, maybe? Maybe. Might do it. All right. Do I call this a tree or do I call it a natural wonder? The bard? You're giving the bard lair actions? What kind of lair actions would the bard have? There's my next question. Natural wonder. All right. Cool. So now... The players, well, some of the players, because again, this is a West Marches style game, so they reorganize themselves into different groups depending on what adventures they go on. So 4 of my players have been to this location and witnessed this area. Though they haven't really figured out the deal with the tree yet, because one of the things of note about this tree is that it is filled at all times of year with these little green, like finch-sized birds that don't belong in that area. But like a large group. A very large group of teeny tiny birds that make a home of that petrified tree. They'll figure it out. Eventually. Valexion, there's... Lairs have mechanics. Jokes with layers might exist in a lair. I don't know how well you'll be able to point to a few of your favorite trees in a Twitch chat, but it's an option. But yeah, I don't mind you sharing. I feel like I'm missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's not... Oh, full moon. Full moon is missing. Oh, is that the one that's the spliced tree with all the stone fruit? Yeah. Yeah. Yep, the grafted tree that has all of the stone fruit that all grows from the same tree base. It's real pretty when it's in bloom, too. All right. Cool. I think now I am at... Why is that listed as the only article in that folder now? Oh, because it moved it out of the... Aha. Ha, aha, aha. Got it. So, if I do the same here, it will move it out of the folder. And then I can get rid of that folder because there's nothing in it. Nice. I feel like I should know that. The one with the like toxic sap, right? Oh, Manchineel is related to Manzilla. Or manzanilla. Oh no, I meant the sandbox tree. The sandbox tree is spiky and toxic. And it explodes. But yeah, Manchineel. I love this. A present-day Spanish name is Manzanilla de la Muerte, or the Little Apple of Death, referring to the fact that the Manchineel is one of the most toxic trees in the world that contains numerous toxins and can cause blistering. Present in every part of the tree, including bark, leaves, and fruit. Native of the Caribbean, Florida, Bahamas, Mexico, Central America, and South America. Northern South America. I have a place that could fit in my world. That's fun. Deadly apple tree. I have a couple of places that could live, actually. Yeah. Makes sense to me. Listen, I lived in Florida for nearly a decade, and I saw what light wind did to the pollen. Rain making an area toxic going through a tree makes perfect sense to me. I would come out and my car would be just yellow from the pine or the palm tree pollen and the pine pollen. No, the pine sap and the palm tree pollen. Awful. Awful. 0 out of 10. Roll for rain. Yeah, basically. Basically. All right. Who's doing what right now? Let's have a little look around real quick. Mist and fog behaves differently. Mist is an atmospheric pressure thing, so it doesn't move in the same way that rain does or that fog does. And fog is such a light particulate, I don't think it would pick up the toxins. It would cling to the tree and make it easier for the toxins to be transferred from the tree and surrounding area to someone who would be affected by it. But it's not like rain or wind that would like stir it up more. In my opinion. Man, Oblivion Remastered looks amazing. I do want to give it a try. Will I be able to anytime soon? No idea. Am I interested? Yes. Such a weird day today. Who can we go see? I mean, Chernobyl has enough environmental problems. Like, we saw what happened with environmental problems in Detroit. It's not even... It's not even a stretch. That to imagine that plants like that actually exist in the radiation zone. At least to me. Hamlet? Come into my chat and out of nowhere, no context. You know what's sad? That's a risky question, my guy. Risky question to ask a streamer. Like, touched down, like, Chernobyl is kind of big. Yeah, sure. But, like, where was it? Because the exclusion zone is pretty big. Are you saying it actually, like, found what's left of the power plant? I'm honestly surprised that that's open airspace. Or were they flying it illegally? My focus is absolutely gone at this point. I can tell. All right, y'all. Poll in the chat. Let me know where you want to go, who you want to go see. We got 3 lovely people out there in the wide world of Twitch that we can go say hi to. So go ahead and vote. Cool. Awesome. Good deal. So, it's about that time. That's next week. That's next week. This is this week. So, nothing specific planned for this evening over in the 18 plus Discord, but if you want to hang out, there's always space. I might be spending some time there tonight. It depends what else I have going on. I am supposed to do some laundry. I might put that off until tomorrow. But I'm probably going to be hanging out at least a little bit. I might do more like co-working style work sprints. I might do some gaming. It depends where my brain is after I have a little bit of a stretch break and some food. But I'll probably be doing something over in the Discord. Tomorrow, we've got Sword Art Online in the morning. We got the Saturday afternoon cartoon block with Apollo in the afternoon. And then next week is looking like this. Much more like a normal week. We're going to hang out. We've got the Bard's Film Fest with Ran on Sunday. We have Quiet Reading with Nob. Nob moved to Monday this coming week rather than the usual Tuesday each month. So Monday this week, we got Quiet Reading with Nob. We've got Ready Player 2, where I am going to be hosting with Apollo Vera and whomever else shows up. We're going to be playing some Don't Starve together this time. We got Jackbox Wednesday night. We have Date Night with Apollo taking over for the Tipsy Tiger on Thursday. Friday and Saturday night, I'm going to be over in the Duskfen server running 2 live games over there. And we'll be back with more Sword Art Online and Saturday afternoon cartoon block next Saturday, as well as tomorrow. My normal stream schedule is back for this next week, thankfully. I don't have to be doing the second job all this next week, so that means that I get to spend more time with you guys. Thank you again for all of your amazing support. Again, unless I get some very compelling arguments, we are down one of the sour faces for this week, which means no fireball candy, but you guys still have the opportunity to earn the lemon juice shot at the end of the month if we fill the coffee bar for the month. So if we can get that coffee bar to 100% by the end of May, you guys get to see me suffer through a shot of lemon juice. But if you guys can convince me to give you a courtesy extra sour from this week, maybe I'll get the other one too. The deal was you had to fill each one, and you can only get the chance to fill each one once a day. Well, twice a day. But that is up to you, my guys. My guys, my gals, my non-binary pals, and everyone outside and in between. All of you lovely folks out there, thank you so much for spending your time with me today. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us next week and over on the Discord. So much is going on, and hopefully I will get to see all of you again very soon. But that's about it for me today. We got a lot done today. How many did we get here? 203 tasks this week. 198 tasks complete. You guys are amazing. Actually, I can mark this one done. That makes 199 tasks complete for the week. Y'all are fantastic. Fantastic. Look at that. 200 tasks. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your continuing support. Thank you for everything that makes Mountain Shade Village possible. This is the highest the coffee bar has been since we first started doing the coffee bar at this point. So I am absolutely blown away that it's the 9th of May and we are at 27% of filling the coffee bar for May. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you so very, very much. Thank you so much for all of your support, for all of the resubs and gifted subs this month. You guys are amazing. I could not be here without all of you. This is my primary employment. This is the thing that helps me make ends meet and make it possible for me to get through the life that we live. This is what pays for my rent and my groceries and my insurance. This is it. So thank you guys so much for making it possible for me to be here on a full-time basis. I cannot thank you enough. The poll has said that we're going to go out and share some love with someone playing Oblivion Remastered, which means we're going to head on out and share some love with Baroque Inspiration today. Please copy and paste the raid emotes. Let me know that you are set to share some love. If you have a potion next to your name, use the Cherny emotes. If you don't have a potion next to your name, you can use the global purple emotes. All of the purple flames and everything. So, as always, my friends, my name is Cherny. These have been my adventures. I hope each and every one of you keeps adventuring as well. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will catch you next time right here in Mountain Shade Village.